We're going to get started. The topic we're going to talk about now is mitigation and applying for funding for mitigation so that you can prepare your facility for future events such as flooding, hurricanes, things like that. All right, so we've talked about, or we're talking about, different types of scenarios that's popped up, or different types of things that's popped up with us. We've had a share of our hurricanes and flood events over the past few years. Each one of those have brought about a number of issues for our systems. And it has also made us aware of our aging infrastructure, and it's brought awareness to climate change. I read an article today on the climate change that may lead to the actual Florida Keys being underwater in 30 years. So again, climate change is a real thing. And we've had our share of these hurricanes over the past few years, and I doubt that it's going to get, we're going to get more. I doubt we're going to get fewer, but we can always pray and hope. All right, so just showing a few pictures here of some damage, flooding losses, loss of power. When we lose power, this causes overflows and just causes our overall utility operations a loss to it. Most often, you're going to have some sort of damage, and you're going to either have to repair or replace. And this is the time that you want to be thinking on mitigation. You want to try to figure out how to reduce the risk of a reoccurrence of damage. So now's the time during this period when you're starting to think, if this happens again, how can I reduce my risk? And a lot of this is mitigation. So it's what we're going to be talking about. Okay. And again, here, basically, we're talking about hazard mitigation. That's any action that you take to reduce future losses, disaster losses. For utilities, this can mean things like elevating control panels, adding backup power generators, installing flood barriers at lift stations, or other critical infrastructures. So again, sometimes you can take things a little too far. So here, anytime you elevate something, you've got to think about, how am I going to get to it? Am I going to have to build some type of platform, some type of steps, things like that. So you want to always make sure, that you consider those things as you go forward. EPA has a great tool for flood mitigation. This is one of the tools. You can always go to EPA and just type in flood resiliency. This basic guide for water and wastewater utilities are going to come up. This one, you're going to have different pages, and as we go through this presentation, I'll show you more pages. But this page actually talks about lift stations, talks about some mitigation options. And of course, we know lift stations are typically located at the lowest points in gravity-fed sewer systems, and so they're prone to flooding. They're also vulnerable to power outages. When we have a power outage, that's going to lead to untreated sewer backing up into homes, businesses, flooding on the streets. So these are things that, a system definitely has to keep an eye on. What I like about it is this mitigation, it comes on down and it starts showing you things to prevent lift stations from flooding. So we're looking at it and it says temporary flooding barriers, okay, using sandbags. And then it shows you the cost to the side. So, $1 sign means it's going to be a lower cost. $3 or $4 signs are going to mean it's going to be a higher cost. So again, this tool kind of gives you an idea of things that you can do to mitigate your different things that you have in your system. This is, again, talking about lift stations. So we'll be talking about different ones as we go along. Again, you can raise, we talked about raising your panels. So you can use some type of crank slide or a slide rail. And basically what that means is you're going to go out there and you either have it, a lot of people have it a hand crank instead of electrical crank, because if they lose power, they want to be able to do it manually. So you can actually crank this panel up. Yes, you're going to have some extra wiring stored so that when you crank it up, that wire doesn't get pulled out. But you would crank this up to a point where that panel box would be out of the flood zone. So you would at least have the panel box intact as you come back. You also have places where you can build platforms. You raise the panel box, you build a platform and stairs that you can get to it. So after the flood, you're still able to have your panel box in place. You may actually have to build up some sort of a berm around your utility or whatever it is you're trying to protect. You can put gravel, dirt, you just slope away so that the water can run away. This also gives the problem sometimes of getting to it. It may stay dry, but you may have to take a boat or a four-wheel drive or something in to get to it. But again, this is all mitigation. You can also start to think about replacing vulnerable components with submersible options. Okay, there's submersible options out there that can help you to reduce the cost of a repair or replace every time a disaster strikes. So some of the things you might want to think about is, getting these submersible pumps or motors so that you can replace those. Replacing below grade lift stations with an elevated higher station. Again, modeling and engineering is going to be needed. So to be completed, it could be an expensive solution. However, you may want to consider it if you're already looking to replace the lift station. So again, every time you go to work on something in your utility or you're going to repair or replace it, again, these are times to start thinking about, do I need to do some sort of mitigation to keep this out of a flood zone or keep it from getting damaged?
Oh, wait, there's no audio. Hold on. Can you tell them what?
Yeah, apparently we got a little bit of difficulty, so we're gonna hold on just a second. I'm not sure the moderator's looking at something.
Can you get your share screen? I don't think you're sharing.
Yeah, it's showing. Yes, it's showing screen, so I think I'm good.
Okay.
I'm hoping everybody's seeing the screen that I'm sharing. If not, you can let Amanda know by typing something in. She was
In the question.
in the question box.
There's one guy said there's just audio.
So again, you can also, we talked about installing permanent physical barriers or green infrastructure to divert the flow of water and storm surges away. So again, putting up some sort of a barrier so that when the water comes through, it'll keep that area dry so you can get to it. So again, these are all types of mitigation. As you can see some of the pictures here, before the improvement, there was water would just run straight into that station number 2. After improvement, there's a barrier wall there so that it would actually hit that wall and be diverted away from the lift station or from the station number 2. Generators. A lot of us have portable generators. Some of us have actual generators at each site. A portable generator, the advantage, again, they could be rotated between several lift stations. Again, a lot of times we had this issue with plugs. So you get a generator that comes to you and it has a certain plug on it. A lot of times our plugs are not matched up. You'll have, male on the generator and a male on the item you're trying to run. So a lot of times you see where it is being direct wired. You have to cut that plug off. Hopefully you save that plug and put it somewhere so it goes back with the equipment. But you will have to, at times be able to wire these straight in. So again, some of the disadvantages again is if you have more than one lift station and you're trying to rotate, if you try to rotate too many lift stations, you can actually have an overflow of one of the lift stations before you get back to it. So you need to be careful on how many you try to pump down when you're using portable generator. Now, most of you have either been involved in some of our training or we've talked about before some of the smaller portable generators. We have some Hondas and Yamahas that we have connected VFDs to, and those VFDs, we take that small generator and that VFD and you can go around and do pump downs of lift stations, and that will, you don't have to carry this big generator around, or you don't have to have one at each station. Standby generators, again, if you have a permanent power source at a lift station, that's great if you can afford to put one at each station. The generator usually will automatically start once it senses there's no power, and it'll open the transfer switch. That eliminates someone from having to come there and actually turn it on each time. Disadvantages: cost. They are expensive. Maintenance requirements. And again, you just want to make sure that you take everything in consideration when you're going to try to determine whether I want one standby that's permanent or do I want one that I can take around from system to system. Also, bypass pumps. These bypass pumps are used sometimes if the control panel has been destroyed, knocked down. When we had the hurricane come through Mexico Beach, their control panels, their master lift station was knocked down. So again, we took some bypass pumps to those. You sometimes have to retrofit them, make sure that the hookups, the inlets and the outlets, match up and they're working. But again, these work real well. These bypass pumps are good for this type of situation. So do I consider a bypass pump instead of a generator? These are all things that you have to ask yourself and try to determine when you're trying to do mitigation. All right, I talked about those sheets. Showed you the first one earlier. Here's some more of these sheets that we're talking about. This one here is talking about power supply. So again, these can be found in that EPA flood resiliency guide. This one is talking about power supply. So again, most of the time when we have some sort of hurricane or flooding event, we're going to lose power. So we've got to think about the type of generators we have or the type of power that we need. Again, it starts going through the list that tells you your mitigation options for power supplies, gives you the cost to it, how to secure those. Then you got to think about also fuel. Okay, we hear a lot of times that during our recovery help, fuel is an issue. So we got to make sure what type of generator do I want? Do I want a diesel? Do I want propane or natural gas? So these are all things that you need to look into to determine, what's going to be the easiest thing for you to get if you have a hurricane and you've got a shortage. What am I going to try to get? Is diesel easier for me to get? Can I get propane easier? Can I hook it up to natural gas and hope that I don't have anything like a tree or something, take up my natural gas line? So all these things are things that you want to start thinking about when you're starting to do mitigation. Okay. This one is talking about a booster station or a pumping station. Again, a lot of times if you get flooded, you can damage a pump, take a pump out very quickly. So again, these start talking about, do I put up a flood barrier? Do I use sandbags? Sandbags are kind of the cheapest way to go. So they're very easy to come by as far as the bags and the sand. Do I put up physical barriers? Do I put up a wall or a levee, some type of sealed door to it? So these are all things that tells you, things that you need to do. And then again, over to the right is going to tell you the cost wise. So that's kind of why I really like this flood guide. It gives you a good idea of what these things would cost. And when we start talking about filling out the application, you're going to need an idea of what the cost is going to be on these things that you want to do. So this flood guide can actually help you when it comes to that, filling out our application. Okay. This one's talking about drinking water treatment plant. Again, if our plants get damaged, not only by flood, but wind, high winds, things like that, we can actually, not be able to run our plants. So again, if you're trying to prevent it from flooding, again, is there physical barriers that I can use? Maybe I put in some type of green infrastructure. Install flood pumps. Maybe I can put some pumps in that will divert that water away. Okay, so these are all things that you want to look at. I want to make sure if I'm on the coast that I'm not getting any type of salt water brought into my plant. If you're inundated with salt water, you're going to start seeing things deteriorate and rust up very quickly. Waterproof your electrical components if at all possible. Again, if you can raise those panels up or get them out of the flood zone, that's great. If not, is there a way that I can divert that water or waterproof my panel in order to keep from having damage to my panels? Okay, so again, things that you want to start thinking about. This is talking about the headworks. This slide is again, your headworks to a treatment plant. You're going to get a lot of, you've got your gates and your flow controls. Those are trying to keep out, your normal operation. They're keeping out things at your plant that would damage it during a flooding event. You're going to have a lot of things coming to your plant that, that these headworks can't control. If they're inundated, you're going to get a lot of sand and grit and things like that. So this just goes back to installing non-electrical backup controls. We've gotten a lot of automated stuff today, and we find that a lot of times operators, especially our newer operators, can't run a plant on manual, or we build a plant that actually, you have a hard time running anything on manual. So you may want to install some of those floats, switches, things that will help you to run that plant manually until you can get things back up and going. So again, just looking at the newer options that come out, upgrade mechanical screens, things that will help you not to have restrictions or blockages, waterproof my motors, elevate pumps. These are all things, replace a dry well pump with maybe a submersible pump. Okay. These are all things that you can look at when it comes to your headworks. Again, showing you the cost to the side over there. Talk about the wastewater treatment plant itself. Again, just like the water treatment plant, your wastewater treatment plant can be inundated with flood waters. It can receive damages from winds. Storage tanks can be damaged. Flood waters can wash out your primary and your secondary clarifiers. upsets your chlorinators, your contact chambers. So these are all things that, you know, when you're going through a plant and you're trying to do mitigation, I will tell you that it takes a team of people. It's very hard for one or two people to walk through a plant and figure out what they want to do when it comes to mitigation. So there's a lot of people that need to be involved in this plant. Also, you'll want to pull flood maps, and you'll want to pull maps, topo maps, and things like that, so that you can see how the land contours and how what are the flood zones. So you want to plan for those floods, and you got to determine, do I want to plan for the last flood? If it was 10 foot of water, do I want to plan for, that and go up 3-5 feet, or do I want to plan for the 100-year flood? So there's a lot of things that you need to think about when it comes to mitigation. But here again, when it comes to your plant, you installing physical barriers, levees, your green infrastructure, pumping. These are all, a lot of the same things that you would install in your water plant, you would do in your wastewater plant. Again, you got to look at the cost. You got to figure out some sort of cost. So when you go to fill out the application, you're actually, coming up with cost wise, because again, the more information you can put in this when you're applying for mitigation, the better it's going to help you. Okay. All right, so we've kind of identified ways to harden our system. We've come up with, we've talked about a lot of our facilities, and we've talked about the things in it that we may need to harden and how we can harden it. So how do we get that money? If we don't have that money just sitting around, or we don't have it saved up, we're going to have to figure out how to apply for it. And there are monies out there to do this. We just got to, we got to be, competitive. We got to be aware that when these grants come open, we've got to be ready to apply for them. They don't last for a long period of time, and they, everybody's looking for them, right? It's free money. Okay. So we're going to talk about the pre-disaster mitigation grant program. I actually saw today where the Florida Panhandle is getting somewhere around $10 million. Now, some of that money is for mitigation, not all of that money. So there is money out there for you to be able to get. There is a pre-disaster mitigation grant. It's an online application. It usually opens up sometime in September, and it closes somewhere around late October, early November. So you've got a short window there. So again, you've got to be kind of ready to jump on this. It is national annual competitive fund, so it's not like it's just for certain areas. You must have a FEMA approved pre-disaster mitigation plan already in place. You can get up to $4 million per project. That's the max that the federal will give you. And it's usually a 75% federal match, federal share, and then you've got a 25% local match, which could be cash or in-kind services. And we'll talk a little bit more about this as we go through. And at the end, at the bottom of each site or each presentation I'm up there is a website there that will lead you to this grant program, so you can actually see the grant program. Paper application submitted directly to the state emergency management. This is also known as the 404 mitigation. Again, it's only this grant here is only available after a president declares national disaster. It can be used throughout the state for non-damaged facilities for the purpose of hazard mitigation. Okay. Usually it's a 1-year application period from the date the disaster was declared. So you'll have a year there to try to get this going. And you will most likely need a letter of support from your local mitigation strategy group. That's usually there's one in each county, and you will need a letter from them. Those are the folks that you're going to work through a lot of this with anyway, is your local LMS folks. All right. So FRWA has put together a template. When this all, a lot of folks we had asked us about these grants, and so we decided we'd put together a template that would help people kind of step through it. And it's basically a narrative that you would attach to your grants, your hazard mitigation grant program, or your pre-disaster mitigation grant program. So so these are the one, this is what you would attach to this. Some sections have a great amount of detail, which is going to include descriptions. You're going to put in a lot of pictures. You're going to have maps. These are all things that you want to attach to this. Once you've completed the application, there still may be some questions from your Florida Department of Emergency Management. They'll usually email you, and they'll reference back of which page that they're asking you those questions on. So you can always go back to these, this application or this template. You can keep this template on site. You can also go back to your FEMA grant portal to see this application. So it's still there, so you can always go back and see it and update it as you need. Okay. So your applicant information, it provides identifying information to FEMA. This information is usually not contained within the template, but a lot of this information is things like your data, your DUN, or your Data Universal Numbering System, your FIPS, or which is your Federal Information Processing Standard, other things like your NFIP number, which is your National Flood Insurance Program. These are all things that you'll need. You can get these things from your system itself, and these are things that would go into this document. So a lot of this is not going to be in our template because it's not, this template is based for you to fill out. So you'll have to go to your information to require some of this information that we have. So applicants must be covered by FEMA approved hazard mitigation plan or your pre-disaster plan. So you got to put these together. Florida Water is here to help you do this or help you lead through this. You'll also want to get, again, remember that you'll want that letter from your local mitigation folks, and they're a big help too. A lot of them will help you go through that. They'll help you through this statement. So they're not going to just throw this application out there on top of you and say, okay, go to it. It is a lengthy application, and there's a lot of information that you have to put in. But in the long term, if you're granted this loan, it's worth the work. Scope of work, again, you're going to want to make sure that you follow our template when it comes to this. Page 1 is you're going to put the title of the proposed activity and the hazards that you're actually mitigating against. Any type of mitigation activities, so generators, things like that. Page 2, you're going to describe the need for the activity. Who's it going to benefit? Well, most likely it's going to benefit not only you, the system, but your customers. And how will it be implemented, and how will it be technically feasible? Page 3 that's the activity that's going to take place. What is the project's, what is it detailed of, and why is the project the best alternative? Why did you pick doing this instead of something else? Okay. You always want to make sure you describe the existing problem as clearly and as lengthy as you can, so that they understand that there is a problem, and this is something that has happened over and over again. Excuse me. Properties, again, you're going to, when it comes to listing properties, you're going to need to list each property and be detailed as much as possible, including the address, the coordinates, who's the owner, has there been repetitive loss or repetitive damage over. So again, if you have the coordinates of it, you can put the coordinates in. A lot of this information can be copied and pasted from our template. This is just showing you some of the maps that you can put together, some of the pictures. If you have ArcGIS or Diamond Maps or any other type of mapping system, you can create your own maps. If you don't, Florida Rural Order can help you with this. But basically, the introduction, and that's describing the project that's needed. What is the solution? As much documentation and detail that you can put in there. Again, pictures is worth 1,000 words. Any maps that you can come up with, GIS coordinates this is where you're going to go in and get your imagery maps, your topo maps, things like this. So it could be a very lengthy template. Our template, again, the FRWA template is found on our website, frwa.net. This package could be anywhere from 40, 50 pages or more once you're done, which is going to include pictures, maps, things like that. That's going to help you to get your point across. Okay. One thing, if you've ever dealt with any type of FEMA or grant money, the more pictures, the more information you have, is going to help the process get through a lot easier than it would be if you didn't, So the template, section 2, that's basically telling you the purpose and the need. This is the section where you're going to go into greater detail. What is this grant? Why, if you get this grant, what's it going to solve? Is it going to solve the problem? And that's the whole thing. When we're looking to mitigate, we're looking to solve the problem, not just temporarily, but permanently, if at all possible. So here it says in this sample template, the city was concerned with the effects of Hurricane Michael on the surrounding communities and examined their community for shortcomings and it wished to solve. So again, it turned around and went into a lot of detail on how they would go about fixing it. So basically what they're doing is painting a picture of why this project is needed and likely how it would protect the environment, the utility, and ultimately the customers. Schedule. Again, you're going to enter a detailed schedule, including the project activity, the starting point. When do you want to start this process? How long will the process be? What is the duration? And who's going to complete the work? Okay. So again, are you going to try to do a lot of this in-house? Are you going to have contractors do it? These are all things that need to be, specified in this schedule. Cost estimates, again, in both applications, whether you're doing the hazard mitigation or the pre-disaster, you're going to have to provide a complete breakdown of costs associated with this project. You want as closely as possible. For a generator project, for instance, you'll want to put in concrete pads. You want to put in transfer switches. You want to put in fencing to protect the generator. You're going to also include labor costs. So again, you got to kind of think outside the box. That's why I say it takes more than just a couple of people because, oh, well, I need a generator. Okay, so you apply for a generator. Oh, wait a minute. I need a pad to put it on. I need switches to make it work. I need a fence to put around it. These are all things that you've got to be thinking about so that you can include all of this in there. Okay. Quotes. You may want to get more than one quote. You may want to get 2 or 3 quotes so that you'll have, a choice of picking through, and you can also show that you've done your due diligence. Cost share. Again, we talked about it being these grants being a 75-25 grant loan programs. So basically it breaks down to that 25% is something that you'll have to cover. Now, do I have that cash wise? Can I cover it that way? Sure. Maybe I have to do some type of in kind. So maybe I want to do the labor work. So if I'm going to do the labor work, I can count that towards my 25%. Okay, so if I, I decide I want to pour the pads and I want to do as much labor as possible, that can count towards your 25%. Again, we're talking about cost effectiveness and benefit cost analysis. Again, you've got to basically use this benefit cost to determine if the project's worth the benefit that it's going to provide. You've got to prove that what I'm doing is actually going to show a benefit and it's worth that cost. For some of your bigger projects, you may have to get an engineer involved in doing this. Some of your smaller ones, you could probably do it yourself. If it's going to be a generator project, you can do that. You start dealing with generators, you're going to probably start getting your Department of Emergency Management to help you complete some of these portions. If you're doing it yourself, again, FRWA Water can help you with these things too. Excuse me. All right. So make sure I keep skipping pages here. Your template, which is section 3. This is basically showing you, are there any alternatives, and what the alternatives are, and then again, why you've picked the plan you're going to go with. It's going to show the proposed work schedule, how long it's going to take you when you want to get started. It's going to propose the cost estimate. This is where you want to include the quotes. And then again, what was my alternatives and why did I dismiss those alternatives? Why did I pick the one that I choose to go with? Okay. Environmental and historical preservation. Again, you're going to detail any type of environmental impacts that it may make on this project, may make on the surrounding area. This is where your imagery and your topo maps are going to come in handy. If you have ArcGIS or Diamond Maps, again, you can go, or Google Earth, even just plain Google Earth, you can pull up these maps and print these maps out and see how they're going. Okay. Both applications need pictures to be taken. You want to take them of the site, and basically you want to take them in all 4 directions. So that way you can show what is the entire surrounding area. What does it look like? If you have any water bodies close by, you want to make sure that you notate them with pictures and notate them on the map so that they'll actually see if there's any water bodies and will that impact those water bodies. Okay. All right, so again, here's some more pictures, kind of basically what I had showed earlier. Some of the maps that you can build. You can label the area where you want this project's going to be. You can put in notes. So again, as much as possible, showing them where the area is going to be and what it details is going to help you get this grant passed. Again, affected environmental potential impacts. That's section 4. Again, you're going to make sure that you explain what impact, or if any impact, is going to be of the surrounding area. This is also where you might want to put your flood plain maps. This is where you want to go to. You can go to FEMA's website and pull up the floodplain maps. You can go to your local courthouses. Usually you can pull them up there, but you can get copies of those. Okay. Some of the additional forms that you're going to need, there are some here. It's called certification against lobbying, construction assurances, a lot of things that we have to use, American Iron and Steel, things like that. So you're going to have to make sure that you follow maintenance agreements, generator worksheets. One of the things that a lot of the funders are now starting to do is they've loaned money over the years, and they've grant money and they've loaned money over the years for many things. And a lot of times our systems temporarily fix things, and they don't look for a permanent solution. And they go back again and ask for more money for the same thing. So a lot of our funders are starting to say, hey, we're not going to keep giving you money for this same thing. So you've got to prove to us that you need a permanent solution. And you also need to prove to us that you are taking care of these assets. So there's going to be some type of agreement there where you have to show them that you are doing what I would say asset management or some type of maintenance agreement, and show that. So this is all part of this application where you would actually, try to take care of that. And I probably went through that just a little bit fast. I tried not to, but I didn't want to keep you too long past lunch, because I know how it is when it's your lunch break. But I did want to give you the basics of mitigation and the application. If you have any questions on this, you can ask, or you can contact us. There's my contact information on the screen, or you can call the office and talk to our executive director, or any of our staff will kind of help you, lead you through these things, and help you answer it. But I would tell you, one of the biggest tools is, again, go back to the EPA flood resiliency guide, look through that, and then look on our site and get this application, this template, and that will kind of give you a good idea of where you would start, and then we can help you, or you can reach out to your local mitigation. I appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your lunch. You want to say anything?
Yeah.
For just a little bit. So let me click back out so that I can use my little mouse here. All right. So missing the whole section right here. All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about is remote access. Some of our systems throughout the whole United States have been hit, by hackers. And one of them was remote access was gained into the control system at a water utility in Springfield, Illinois. They actually was able to turn the pump on and off repeatedly. And basically what happens, it burned the pump out. This could have been a critical pump, and which could have caused some major damage or problems, but it was eventually caught. So, and then the next one, again, getting access to any equipment could cause major equipment failure, and it could lead to health issues for customers. At a minimum, it could lead to disruptions in service. And then we've all heard about the cyber attack in Oldsmar. The hacker remotely accessed the water treatment plant and increased the amount of sodium hydroxide to a dangerous level. But the plant operator actually quickly realized what was happening and stopped it before there was any type of damage. The system was using a program that allowed the system employees to actually remote into the computer system. And so what it looks like was the username and password was probably stolen through either a phishing scheme or a social engineering scheme. So again, there's just different ways. We're going to talk about each one of those as we go through. So talking about SCADA security, we don't want to wait another day. It's very important. Just today, I was looking in the previous presentations, I was looking through my news feed, and just today, the Washington, D.C. Police Department was breached by Russian-speaking ransomware. And it actually claimed to have stolen over 250 gigabytes of data. So, they're trying to figure out what we do now. So again, it's not something that's going to go away. It's probably going to get even worse. So what does SCADA stand for? SCADA can be simple, or SCADA can be very elaborate and may take some training to understand. Basically, what SCADA is supervisory control and data acquisition. We get asked all the time sometimes, what does SCADA stand for? So I've got this written on my hand so I can always remember it. But that's basically what that is. You want to be able to get that data. You want to be able to control that data. Okay. This is talking about, well, it showed up differently. So this is what I was talking about, Springfield, Illinois. It showed up differently on my paper than it did in this control. And this was talking about Oldsmar that we just talked about. So we'll move on to this next slide. Even our local utilities have been hit in Florida. Lake City, I'm not sure if Lake City or Riviera Beach is on the line, but they both were hit. And basically what happens is in order to get your information back, you have to pay. And usually you have to wind up paying in a currency called Bitcoin. It's hard to trace, and it usually doesn't get all your information back anyway. You just get bits and pieces. So you definitely want to make sure that you always have some sort of backup. But again, a good cybersecurity program is going to help you kind of get out of this issue. But always having a backup so that you don't have to pay for any of the information that's stolen is a good way to go about doing that. Ransomware is always evolving. It is always getting more and more, and it's at an alarming rate. It's very hard to trace, and it is very profitable to the attackers. So these folks are out there, they're looking for things that they can, easy ways to get in and to steal your information or to lock you out from your information so that they can actually have you pay for it to get it back. And again, you're not going to usually always get everything back like you would hope you would. Cybersecurity is a practice of protecting your system, networks, and programs from some sort of digital attack. Cyber attacks are usually aimed at accessing, changing, or destroying sensitive information. Attackers are becoming more and more innovative and very bold. They're actually, going out and hacking anything they can get their hands on. So implementing an effective cybersecurity measure, it's very important to do this. It's becoming something systems are going to have to make a priority because again, these things are happening more and more as we go through. As the attackers start to become more involved, they're getting out there and finding ways into your system. What is cybersecurity all about? Basically, it's you have to have multiple layers of protection for your computers, for your network, for your programs, for your data, in order to keep these threats from happening. So again, you're trying to come up with manageable ways to keep hackers from coming in. One of the biggest things that you want to do is use strong passwords. We all have a tendency of using passwords that are things that we know, are things that we're comfortable with. I know people that have the same password for multiple accounts. So again, you need to use strong passwords. Does that mean that you're going to have to probably write these passwords down somewhere? More than likely you will, because you're not going to be able to remember them. But you are going to have to not put those passwords on your desktop or put them somewhere where someone can get them. So be very careful, but you definitely want to frequently change these passwords. Also be very aware of attachments in emails. We get emails all the time, all of us do, that we don't know who they're coming from. Hopefully you've got some sort of antivirus or some sort of protection on your computer that will take these emails and put them in a different folder. But if you happen to click on one, you can actually open up a virus or a bug inside of it. So a lot of times it will worm its way in, and you may not even know it's in there, and it's actually eating up your data or keeping your data from you being able to use it. So you want to make sure that you're always backing up your data often. Keep up with new technology. on your protection, and then if at all possible, use multiple layers. You want to try to use as many layers as possible of protection. And a lot of times it just becomes a point to where it's just a hassle. So we don't do these things and we let our guards down. And that's when you can make yourself very vulnerable. In today's, why is cybersecurity important? In today's connected world, everyone benefits from advanced cybersecurity. Again, if you have a good cybersecurity, you can block some of these extortion attempts. There's critical infrastructure, besides water and wastewater. There's, power plants, hospitals, financial organizations, places, that are very vulnerable to being attacked. And so if we protect it, we are protecting that information. We're trying to, make sure that we don't get caught up in losing our information or our information getting out into the dark web. And then, you apply for Social Security and somebody else has already used it for you. So here's some of the types of security threats. These are things that we have seen that's popped up. Phishing. Phishing is probably one of the ones that we've dealt with the most, and basically that involves your emails. It's a practice of sending fraudulent emails, emails that resemble reputable sources, and basically it's aimed at stealing your sensitive data. It can get things like your credit card numbers, your login information, things like that. So again, these are phishing emails. So if you don't know where that email came from, best thing is not to open it. If it's important, they'll somehow get a hold of it. Ransomware is a type of malicious software. It's basically designed to extort money, okay? And it blocks access to your files. And that's what has wound up popping up here lately to a lot of our systems, is they go in, they block your access to your information, and then they say, for this amount of money, we'll give it back to you, okay? Malware is a type of software that's designed to gain unauthorized access to actually cause damage to your computer. They're trying to mess your computer up, okay? And then social engineering. Social engineering is a tactic that adversaries use to trick you into revealing sensitive information. They can solicit monetary payment or gain access to your confidential data. I'm sure a lot of you probably got these emails where it says, "Oh, I am so and so from some other country, and I'm holding money for you." And, there's all kinds of emails we get like that. Those are emails that are social engineered. They're trying to get information from you. All right, when it comes to protecting your computer, we all have software updates, and we're all too busy. We're tired. Of course, here it says you want to play Pokemon Go, but for whatever reason, whenever we see this pop up, it's remind me later. We don't want to be bothered with it because it may take 10, 15 minutes to do it. So again, when you let your software not update, you're not keeping up with the most protected way of keeping your computer safe. So again, we compromise our system, we compromise ourselves. So we want to be very careful not to just keep hitting remind me later. SCADA security, not only do you have your computer, but you have subsystems. You're going to have SCADA threats. The security can be management, physical, connectivity, authorization, disaster recovery. There's different levels of security. Okay. We need to protect ourselves. We need more than the preset standards that come with your computer, or come with your system. So those preset standards are just the minimum of what you need. So we need to always make sure that we have the extra to help block out. So the multiple layers of protection is what's going to help you. And then again, we're talking about subsystems, multiple ways that people can get into your system if it's not just through the phishing and the malware and the places that are actually in your computer. It could be PLCs, your programmable logic controllers, or your RTUs, your remote terminal units. There's ways that they can get in. A USB stick. A lot of people, we're used to somebody coming to the system and go, hey, I've got it on this hard drive, this USB stick, let me plug this in. Well, if you know them, great, but you can put stuff on a USB that will cause your computer damage or cause your SCADA system damage. So you got to be careful of what's on that USB and who you're allowing to do that. You need to keep a track of who's been at your system and who's put in these USB into your systems. Okay. SCADA threats, again, most everyone agrees that cyber attacks are high. Almost 70% believe that it's something that is, that's happening on a regular basis, and it is a threat. So again, it's awareness. We all know it, but are we doing anything about it? Again, this slide is basically telling you that most people believe malware is probably one of the highest threat. Internal threats, external threats, phishing scams, industrial espionage. Again, these are all different types of threats here. I will tell you again that the ransomware is something that we are seeing a lot, along with the phishing schemes. Those are the two that are really taking off more and more. Some of the vulnerabilities, again, are increased exposure. We are having more and more people that are exposed to our system. More and more people are getting their hands on that. Communication networks, linking smart grid devices and systems. The more we linked things together, we'll create more access points. It will increase the exposure to potential more attacks. The more we connect networks together also is going to increase this risk. Complexity. The electrical systems will become more and more complex as more subsystems are linked together. And then our increased automation. Our smart grid systems will increase the use of common commercially available computing technologies. Everything's starting to get more complex, and things are being interconnected together. So these are more doors that are being opened for people to get into. Basically, you have data security, and we've always heard that term, garbage in, garbage out, when it comes to computers and things like that. Well, it's the same thing with data security. You can have the firewalls, the encryption, the antiviruses, the softwares, but then you can have the Daves. You can have the human error. If the person is not up on cybersecurity, you can easily have trouble. So again, whoever you're gonna put in charge of cybersecurity needs to know exactly what they're doing. You don't want to just place anybody behind that screen. Talking about Director Comey, he just made a statement about cybersecurity when he was in office. There must be a collective effort by governments to produce continuous report on security status of critical infrastructure and related SCADA systems. The security component must become part of the project of the industrial system. It must be considered a specific requirement. The overall security of critical infrastructure must be audited during the entire life cycle of the component. That last sentence is the one that's most important. Throughout the whole time you have any type of security, you have to audit it through the whole life cycle. You have to look for changes. You have to look for ways in. You have to have tests. You have to test your security system? Does it work? Yeah. Is it still relevant? Recently, the head of the FBI, DHS, and National Counterterrorism Center have declared cyber attacks are the most likely form of terrorist against the United States in the coming years. This is where the bad guys will go. There are no safe neighborhoods, and all of our neighbors are online. Where more and more people are becoming, they're getting online. They're doing their banking online. They're doing, all of their bill paying online. So these are vulnerable places. Cybersecurity life cycle. Basically, you have to go in and you have to identify the risk. Where can people get into my system? Where are the weak points? Then you're going to implement some type of control, and then you're going to evaluate whether it works or not. And that's going to be a continuous cycle. You're going to continuously looking for ways that people can get in, implement controls, and evaluate to see if they're working. SCADA system protection must be approached at different levels. Defending control systems, educating operational maintenance personnel. Training should also include specific operational topics on spear phishing, zero-day activities, managing internal threats along with external threats. So there's a lot of training that goes along with SCADA. Again, management has a critical role in security. I mean, it needs to assign a cybersecurity role. You got to have the right people in the right place. You need to have a detailed security policy. It describes the roles. Each employee must be informed of all of this, and then procedures need to be adopted. The goal of the management is to define the structure of the program, mandate any type of requirements that's expected, provide personnel with formalized policies and procedures and training if need be. Again, and if you have someone over your SCADA system, you have to make sure that they're aware of what they're doing and hold them accountable. Okay. It says here, achieving security by design is essential in securing critical infrastructure. Cybersecurity must be embedded in the systems and the networks at the very beginning of the design process, so it becomes an internal part of the systems and functioning. Anytime you're going to bring in new technology, or you're going to start a SCADA system, or you're putting in something that will allow the outside people to get in, you have to be thinking about cybersecurity. It needs to be at the forefront when you're putting these in. Waiting till it's already done may be too late. Okay. All plants, again, all plants have all plants that host SCADA systems and networks must be assessed. You have to test these systems. You can't just, throw up a cybersecurity system or a SCADA security and then hope it just continues to run on its own. So you always need to be testing and assessing your SCADA system and the accessibility to it. Physical restrictions, these are just some restrictions. You want to restrict the access to the site. You don't want just anybody being able to get onto your site. Restrict the number of technicians that are responsible for the maintenance. Try not to let people use mobile support or coming in from the outside, linking in. Segregate your control networks. Each computer should be locked and restricted when you're not using it. Also, configure your network appliance, adopt firewalls, make sure there's some type of intrusion detection systems, implement security features, talk with your SCADA vendors. Your SCADA vendors they're invested in this. They want to make sure that their SCADA system is not being able to be hacked either. So talk to them. They can help you. And then audit your network. Make sure that it's a good network. It's not something that anybody can easily get into. Okay. Here it says map out the document and entire the networks. Make sure that you prepare and configure new equipment offline. When you're trying to configure or prepare a piece of equipment, you can do that offline and then put it online. You don't want it to be vulnerable before you're actually, where people can get on it. Sanitize old equipment. If you're going to throw something away, some type of computer or anything that has information on it, wipe it clean, get rid of it. Make sure that you enable auditing features and periodically examine those features. Have log where people are going to get into your system, have them log in so you have their information, who logged in, when, where. And then always make sure you have a disaster recovery plan. What am I going to do if I do get ransomware and they're asking me to pay this? Where do I go to get all my information back? Have I done the backups? What's my plan? Okay, don't be left out in the cold, looking for someone to, come up with the money to pay folks. Okay. Again, strong passwords. Make sure that you have good passwords. Identify any type of access where people can get in. Have your systems checked. Have someone try to get in. We've done that before. We've had people that try to get in the network and show us. Have internal and external detection systems. Again, something that will let you know if someone's trying to get into your system. And then again, always audit that system. Adopt a redundant hardware. Again, you're going to turn around and try to have backups, whether it's in the cloud anymore. I mean, today people are backing things up on the cloud, or whether you do it the old way and you back it up to a hard drive somewhere, one that you keep locked up. Always have some fallback mechanisms, system backup procedures, and then routinely exercise a disaster recovery. Routinely have, hey, our information has been locked down. What are we going to do? And then again, every change to the overall system is going to trigger a review of the plan. Every time something is changed, the architecture's changed, passwords change, things are changed, you want to review that plan and make sure that that plan still is up to date and is going to allow you to do what you want it to do. Governments and private companies must be able to run simulations of attacks during exercises that have the intent of identifying potential attack scenarios, and then you're going to evaluate those vulnerabilities. If you don't run tests on things, if you don't do exercises, then you don't know how to handle situations. Anytime a situation pops up, if you don't know, then you're not going to be able to do that. Okay. Here's some references. These are just some references for your information. And I'm sure that any of these presentations that we're doing today, if you want any of these presentations, I'm sure you can contact our office and they'll probably provide them for you. I'm not sure if we'll put them on the website or not, but yeah, they're saying we'll put them on the website. So they'll be on the website. You'll be able to get these presentations. These are just some links that will take you to multiple different security things, cybersecurity, SCADA security, different things like that. So these are just things that will help you throughout time. So again, one of the most important things is making sure that you have good backups. You have reputable security people, SCADA people. You're always trying to make sure that new technology, they're using the best technology, the up-to-date technology that you can. Change your passwords as much as possible. Strong passwords, not my last name and 1, 2, 3. So again, you just want to make sure that, no one's going to just guess, your favorite football team and your favorite jersey number. So again, make these things where people are not going to guess them, make it harder for them, because there are people out there that this is what they do. And if they get into your system, they're going to lock you down. And we've had more and more of our systems deal with this. Luckily, a lot of our operators have caught them before it got too long, but some of them have paid the price. And, yes, your insurance company pays the majority of it, but you still have to pay that. And even if your insurance company pays it, the price of your insurance is going to go up if they don't drop you. So cybersecurity is something that's not going to go away, and we need to make sure that we're prepared for it. Now, that kind of finishes up me. So if there is any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I believe we have another presentation on some security coming up right behind me. And I think that's Mr. Kevin Strickland. But I'm going to end my presentation now.
Stress the importance of cybersecurity. I've been in banking pretty much my entire life, and I can tell you that when you look from a banking perspective and what we see of customers' accounts and all of the everything that the bad guys are trying to do to get money to hack into people's accounts, it's really scary. And so this is not just for people that handle the money. Many of the examples I'll go through are so when someone clicked on an email, it downloaded malicious software that people can steal customer information. They can hold your computer for ransomware. So I think when I go through this, you're going to hear some things that are similar to what Ben said, but we'll also give you some examples. And the end goal of this is just to make you aware. So many times we get up in the morning, come to work, click on email, and just really don't pay attention sometimes to some of the things that are clicking on one link. Like I said, can create some big time problems. So I'll walk you through this. And Amanda, I'm assuming you can see my screen right now.
Yes.
Okay, I'm Kevin Strickland. I'm the director of nonprofit and association banking at Ameris. Have known Gary Williams for a long time, and we've worked with them the last couple of years to develop some programs to be able to help water systems. And this is an example of one of trying to give you guys education that can help you in your day-to-day operations. I'll give you some stats. Data breaches in the first half of 2019, there's 4.1 billion records that were exposed, which if you think about that number, it's mind-boggling of so much information that's being stolen. Human error, 95% of breaches are caused by human error. Human error, again, could be responding to an email that looks like it's from someone that and I'll give you some examples of that. And I think Ben mentioned this, but 94% of malware attacks were delivered via email. Now, there is a rise in text fraud, which is called smishing, which we'll talk about in a second as well, where fraudulent links are being sent via text. And so what you're starting to see is people are paying a little more attention to emails for malicious emails. But, when we get a text, sometimes you just click on it thinking it's someone you know. So that's also a big trend right now. Every 39 seconds, someone is trying to hack a system 2,200 times a day. So this is the days where people, tried to come in and steal money from the evolution of, robbing a bank to the digital age. It is a changed environment now. And when you look at local governments, water systems, and we've seen plenty of examples in Florida, 50% increase in that since 2017. And I know Ben mentioned Oldsmar, but Collier County lost 184,000 as a result of somebody clicking on an email. Naples, which you've probably heard of that, 700,000, which was an email that was sent from a contractor that the city was actually doing work with that contained a link where money was wired out. So the bottom line is this is real. It's happening every day. And even if you're an operator in the field, you've got a big part to be able to make sure you're protecting the data. It's not just the people that are handling the money. So there's 3 common threats that I'll go through in the time we have. And again, Ben touched on some of these. And so you can kind of look at this as a reinforcement of that message, and giving you some other perspectives in addition to what he talked about. Business email compromise is still the #1 way that fraud's being committed. You know, as I just showed you, there is emails that are coming out with links in them that look legitimate. That's the #1 way. Smishing, which I'll cover as well, I mentioned, is through texting. And the last one is, which is, you know, really scary, is ransomware. I've had people who've been customers of the bank. That's happened to. I also, you know, one of my family members who owns a business, this happened to them and they had to pay. And you look in Florida, we could go through numerous examples where ransomware has resulted and information being locked up, and the only way you can get it is to pay. And many have chosen to pay as opposed to all their information of their customers, and everyone involved goes out to whoever the everyone out in the public. So I want to walk through business email compromise, and I'll give you some examples of this. Just to look at some specific statistics, there's a 100% increase in business email compromises, exposed losses, and this is during this pandemic. That's increased. A lot of people are working remotely now, and so there's a lot more emails that are going out and trying to trick people, given the fact that, you know, we're not all together as much. So it's increased. So May 2020 to July, in that time frame, 100% increase. Business email compromise have at least 5.3 billion in total losses, and 24,000 companies around the world. And the third quarter of 2020, the median number of business email compromise received per company each week rose 15%. And 65% of companies have faced business email compromises in 2020. And so 99%, either your computers or your company's firewall may protect it. Some, you know, you look at and don't click on, but many, you know, get through. Attackers are, you know, every single day coming at us, and bad guys are trying to get information and money. So bottom line is 67% of business email compromises lead to fraud, ransomware, and data breaches. How that's done is hackers will research. So the smart ones will do their homework. They'll identify leadership in an organization, and they will customize messages and emails that look like they're coming from, maybe it's the system operator or the general manager. And then attack, once they've done the research, they'll stage the attack. And Ben mentioned something that, you know, I'll reinforce. You could have somebody who came into the office and, you know, looked like a janitor and plugged a USB drive into the back of one of the computers. And that can be used for multiple purposes, including key logging, where they can look at, start to see patterns of different words, passwords that you're putting in. So that's one way, but also looking at social media, and we'll get to that in a second. And then once that happens, the data is then sent back to the person who's hacked the system. So this is one that is very common. It's called spear phishing, which starts with attackers who will spoof the domain of your company's account. And so I've given you some examples. And if you got an email, and let's say the company was Principal Pipe, and you looked at these two examples and you weren't looking carefully how they're spelled, they're completely different emails. And if you're not looking carefully and you clicked on the wrong one, that could lead to a malicious attack. And then if you look at the one that says Microsoft down here, it actually doesn't say Microsoft, but when you look at it closely, you can see that if you clicked on this, you're not going to Microsoft. And we've had many times of stories of people that have clicked on links they think from the bank, and they're actually not. So make sure you're hovering over these links to make sure it's going to the when you click on that, it's going to the correct place. So there's usually a sense of urgency to do something when you get an email, and then the response is, if you're getting something that's coming from the CEO of a company, then you tend to do it quick. So a lot of times they'll attack early in the morning when you're not, haven't had your coffee, late in the day when you're trying to get email done, when you may not be looking as closely. And then when they get that information, and again, we could spend 45 minutes going through examples just in Florida. It creates CEOs fired, CFOs fired, lawsuits are filed, and it just creates an absolute nightmare. And this all starts from clicking on an email that you think is legitimate when it's not. Let me give you an example, and Facebook, social media is something that is very easy to create fake accounts. I know for me, I get invitations from people I know, and they're not those people. Their accounts have been hijacked. But when I talk about researching key individuals, the ones that are the smart ones will take their time, and it doesn't take long. I could go to any of your websites, click on about. I could see the roles of everyone in the organization. And so in this case, you've got somebody who's high up in the organization. They can look at posts for specifics, including your job duties, descriptions, out of town travel. Here's an example right here. Somebody posted a picture that said, hey, they're out of town, they're coming back next week. And then fake social media accounts can create it appearing they're legit, and information about that individual it can legitimize a business email attack. Excuse me. And one of the examples here is if your passwords are things like your dog's name or something that is you put on social media. Just be careful what you're loading on social media, because that information can be used to infiltrate your business. So here's another example. So if this is easy to do. So if I saw that, I could hack into the system, use an email address that looks the same, use the picture of whoever the manager is, put a link, and I know I get these. It's a conference that it looks like a PowerPoint presentation, which is actually malware. And so if you look at this, glad you're back. Looks like you and Susan had a great time on your trip, which is that. And I've attached some information about a conference. I think we should attend, review it. So if you click on that link, you're thinking it is from someone who works at your office, and it's downloading malware on your computer. And once you click that link, you potentially could be giving the bad guys access to all your information, to ransomware, and as simple as, something that, quite frankly, if we didn't look at this closely, we all could do. The point is that they do their homework. Most of these are coming from China, and they are not, they're not, necessarily kids in the basement spinning out 500 emails to people hoping someone will click on it. So that's one thing. And again, Ben talked about this. I just wanted to give you some real examples to make sure you're careful with this, because as you see, it's easy to do. Smishing is something I mentioned earlier that is also becoming a big trend right now. And, it's kind of scary when you look at this stuff, of someone can trick you into giving their private information. A quick example is I had one of our senior executives at the bank was visiting me in Tallahassee, where I'm from. And the next day I got a text that looked like it was from him saying, "I enjoyed yesterday. I need you to send me a text at this number because there's a customer we need to help." Well, when I looked at that, my first reaction was, how would someone know I was with him? And I had to catch myself from doing that. The other thing, and this is what is pretty scary, is spyware. If you Google spyware apps, you will see pages where you can this can be downloaded on your phone. Most of it's free for 30 days, $30 a month. There are even ways, depending on what type of phone you're using, that you could click on a link or a picture that someone sent you, and it can put spyware on your phone. It's a little difficult to do, but if, for instance, somebody gets your Apple ID, your password, they can gain access to your phone. So they can access your camera to your phone. And, I'm sure many of you have, seen horrible stories where people have done this. They can record calls, they can get your text messages, they can get into your email, they can respond from your email, and any file stored on your phone they can get. So, for instance, if you, no one would ever admit this, but if you've got in your contacts, you keep your passwords so you'll remember them on your phone. If somebody gets in there, they can see every single password, including your personal account. If you've got any login information on there from the system you work for, they can get all of that. Here's an example of one. This is a real popular one. It's called Auto Forward. And you'll see it's called OTA, over the air link, which enables remote downloading, so they don't have to have the phone. So there's two ways you can put it on. If you leave your phone around and let's say you don't have it where it locks, it takes 3 minutes. You can download an app that information's on your phone, can sit there in the background. There's also ways that you can send emails, you can send text messages that can download that information on your phone. You'll never know that's happening, and everything is being uploaded to another phone. They can see your text messages, your social media, keyloggers, so they're able to go in and look at, again, if you're using a passcode, you're putting it in over your phone, they're able to see those that information and get access to your confidential information. They can record calls, remote listening, stealth camera. So they can send a remote command to a phone to snap a picture. And you'll see down here, low price, one-time fee of $29 with no monthly subscription, and works with all Androids and cell phones. So this is stuff, I know for me, never had to even think about. But with the advent of technology, this is becoming more and more common. It's still very difficult to do, but it is pretty easy and it's pretty cheap to do as well. Some ways that you can tell if your phone may be infected with that. If you're getting unusual data usage spikes, something is running in the background of your phone. So your battery may drain quickly, when it's not the case of having an old battery. Apps take a long time to launch. Your cell phone's doing crazy things like restarting for no reason. Background noise. If you've got apps on there that you don't remember installing, and I think this is the good example was in Oldsmar, where somebody got remote access and they were, the cursor was moving around the screen. And, we're all starting to get this, a lot of calls from unrecognized numbers are coming through. I know that happens commonly with me, and they're coming from area codes that are 850, which are around me too. So these are, this is, I'm not trying to say that if all these things are happening, somebody's spying in on your phone, but there's the things to be conscious of. And if you see this, you just want to make sure that you don't have somebody who's spying in through your phone. Some ways to avoid smishing is third-party app software. Android is especially susceptible. Only install applications that are by trusted developers. If you look on the App Store and you see they've got a review of 1 and 4 people have downloaded it, usually they try to filter that out so it doesn't make it to the store. But if you see things like that, don't put your credit card, your banking information, passwords in your smartphone. Never click a reply link to a phone number in a message you're not sure about. So if you get a text and it's a number and say, hey, text me here, I need to tell you something, make sure you don't do that. And visit trusted websites directly from a text message. So a big thing right now is with people getting tax refunds and from the IRS is you may get a link that says, hey, we need to verify your information from this comes from the IRS. Be very careful with clicking on those links. And the last one, I'll move quickly here because I'm looking at our time. Ransomware, Ben talked about this, 4,000 attacks a day. Organizations pay an average of almost $250,000 to unlock computers. There's also a lot of downtime after a ransomware attack. And so you see some of these statistics, but between Q2 and Q3 of 2020, attacks rose 388%. So this is kind of the in vogue thing right now, if that's a good way to say that. But this is pretty scary stuff that you just got to be careful of. Here's an actual screenshot of a ransomware. You come into you come into work in the morning, you open up your computer, and then you see this. And basically they say, if you don't pay this amount of money, we're going to lock your system, we're going to delete your files, or we're going to share your information. And they're serious. There is a story in, I believe it was Baltimore, where they decided we're not paying them. And they ended up paying $50 million after lawsuits and everything to recover this information. It's very difficult to track. They use Bitcoin. So some of the final tips, and again, Ben's got some other great ones in his. Be careful what you're sharing online, like pets' names, schools you attend. Make sure you're not using that information as passwords, and also understand that people can use that to personalize messages to you. Any unsolicited emails you get, text message that ask you to update your account information. If they send you the company's phone number, call the company directly. That's same with a vendor. If you get a message like I showed you, that PowerPoint, you need to call before if something looks suspicious. And look at email addresses. Hover over the email address and look carefully for the spelling used. And you know, when I look at, I know we've got a lot of operators on the phone, and you guys are out in the field, noise going on, and you may, you know, click on an email and not look carefully at it. And you know, that's not because you're not doing your job. It's just the nature of what we do, and sometimes just don't pause and think, and be careful what you download. You know, if your organization doesn't have, like we can't even pull up YouTube here at the bank, that you've got filters of what you can download. Be very wary of that. So again, I'll just say that probably the biggest advice here is to slow down and think and understand the consequences, because this is going on like crazy right now. Again, I could give you a lot more examples, but if we can help you with that, you know, certainly you could email me. We do have experts in our bank who deal in cybersecurity. So any other questions that you have, be more than happy to help you. But appreciate the FRWA of putting this on. This is really important information, and thanks for your leadership and sharing and this information with everyone.
Water and wastewater, some stuff on legislative and regulatory. And let me give my disclaimer first. Some of this is conjecture because it has not necessarily occurred. And some of it may be just Gary's opinion, not necessarily FRWA Water or anybody else's opinion. But we have been keeping a pretty close tabs of some things that are going on within drinking water and wastewater nationally and within the state. And so this could be a few reminders of things that DEP is looking at. It could be current direction on EPA, upcoming regulations. It could be legislative actions, either federally or in the state, that will change rules and regulations. Okay, I'm unmuted now. What do I hit to move?
So you gotta click
You
in.
gotta click in it,
Yeah, click in.
No.
and then you can use your other.
All right.
I think so.
Sorry about that. There was not technical difficulties, it was operator error. So to remind you of a few things that DEP is looking at, continues to look at, are found in 62555 related to operation and maintenance of water utilities. System maps that are complete and up to date. DEP is increasingly looking for digital over paper maps. So if you have old as-built and you have old maps, they're hoping that you are getting some stuff digitized so that you've got GPS access to different things and locations. Exercise your valves annually. They're going to ask you if you've been exercising your valves annually, and that's probably going to be a verbal response, but you may want to have some records that shows you have done that. Flushing dead ends at least quarterly. That's also a requirement. So if you have dead end lines in your distribution system, you're probably going to want to make sure you flush them quarterly or possibly more often. Unidirectional distribution flushing programs. They're probably going to look at your flushing to see if it's a unidirectional flushing program, or you're just flushing dead ends, or you're just flushing the end of your system. So what does that mean? Unidirectional typically relates to starting at your source or your storage and working out to the extremities of your system. It may also mean closing different gate valves to isolate specific systems or specific lines to increase velocity and flow to do a better job of cleaning and flushing. These two are probably the two that are going to help you the most related to what we see in Florida as our biggest compliance issue on water. By far the most compliance issues we see are on disinfection byproducts compliance. It's like 97% of the violations or the compliance issues that water utilities have. So that's one of the reasons DEP is going to be looking closely at the cheapest way for you to stay in compliance, which is keep water age down. Inspect, clean, assure resiliency for your storage tanks. Because you know there's a rule that you have to inspect them, have them certified by a PE over a period of time. And there's a good reason to have those storage tanks clean, as they contribute to water quality issues also. Hydropneumatic tanks, there's a number of small systems that have hydropneumatic tanks. Not only are they being inspected for the reasons that we just talked about, but also for safety reasons. And I'm sure you've seen pictures of hydropneumatic tanks that have not been well maintained. They have lost surface area. They have become weak and blown up. And so it's a safety issue beyond just a water quality issue. One other one I want to remind you of is that DEP some time ago allows you to do tier 2 public notices, which would probably be stuff like disinfection byproduct exceedance, to your customers in electronic format. So you might be able to make contact with them via email or text. But the thing I want to remind you of is at this point, if you're going to do that, it's best to get the okay from your DEP district or from your approved county before you send that out. That way it will meet your obligation in public notice, and it'll be cheaper and easier for you to do it an electronic way than mailing. Okay, moving on here, newer and expected federal regulations in the drinking water area. We mentioned the part about upcoming June 30th, the deadline for systems over 3,300 population to do their risk and resiliency. What we would a lot of times refer to as a vulnerability assessment. And you are not going to submit any of that sensitive data to EPA, but you are going to submit a certification form to EPA that says you have completed your risk and resiliency assessment. Okay. Most larger systems above 50,000 have already completed their risk and resiliency. They've also sent their certification form in, and they've updated their emergency response plan to include the stuff in their risk and resiliency assessment. Those of 3,300, again, have till June 30th. Those under 3,300 do not have a requirement to complete that. Most people, even if they've completed their risk and resiliency assessment, are waiting until June 3rd, or excuse me, 30th, if they're 3,300 to 50,000 to submit it. The day you submit it is the day that your 6-month clock starts to get your emergency response plan updated. Okay. Also, the AWEA of 2018 that requires this is going to require that you update your risk and resiliency emergency response plan every 5 years. So another reason probably to stay on the compliance deadline so you don't have to remember when you sent it in. So that your 5 years is normal, not off kilter with the rule. Okay. FRWA Water has a program where we're helping people complete these required risk and resiliency plans. If we can help you, you let us know. There are 350 systems in Florida that were required to do these plans. We're pretty sure that over 225 have completed them, which may mean that there's 125 yet to do. And remember, June 30th is coming pretty quickly, and we may have a hard time doing hundreds of them in the last month. Lead and copper rule revisions. So the lead and copper rule was finalized in the Trump administration and came out as a proposed rule just after the election. When the Biden administration came in, they pulled the lead and copper rule back into the administration and into EPA to look at it one more time. So at this point, the proposed lead and copper rule revisions and proposed rule is not on the street. From what we hear, they're looking at additional things related to lowering lead and copper. When that proposed rule comes out, you'll have an opportunity to look at it, see how it affects you, provide comment, and all that before the rule is finalized. The proposed rule that was pulled back into the agency was proposing that lead in schools would become a water utility responsibility. Okay, that's not on the street right now. I don't know if that'll stay in there or not. But what it was going to mean is that water utilities, after this rule is promulgated, would have to add schools to their sampling plan, their lead sampling plan. And you would have to take samples in the schools. Okay, I anticipate that may still happen, but it's not a requirement of the water utilities yet. But I do want to mention that the Department of Education, Department of Environmental Protection, and FRWA have started a voluntary sampling program in schools. And so what's happening is if a school district volunteers, there will be samples taken in the school by a certified lab and samplers from that lab that will go out and collect samples. And then they're paid for directly, and the results will be shared with the schools and DEP, and will go up on a website. There's no cost to the schools on this program, and essentially what we're doing is trying to identify any issues at locations where kids drink that may be able to be remediated by replacement of a water cooler or drinking fountain or a fixture or a faucet. One of the reasons I'm mentioning that is you as a water utility may benefit from this program and may want to promote this to your school district in your county to volunteer for this program. We are trying to develop a situation where schools and water utilities will have a better relationship and start to partner. So even when the school volunteers to have samples taken in the school, we're getting up with the water utility and saying that they're going to be sampled X day, suggesting that the water utility put in a point of entry sampling tap at the line going into the school or on their own distribution system, and we'll pull a sample at that location the same day. And this is to protect the water utility. We know there's not lead in the water. It's in the piping materials. So if there was something that came up hot in the school, we want the water utility to be able to say we didn't have lead in our water when it was delivered to the school. Another thing that we're going to be starting to promote is additional cooperation between schools and water utilities. We're hoping that water utilities will give schools what we're calling is flushing credits. We all know that the longer the water sits stagnant in the school, the more likely it is to leach materials in the water. So when the school is shut down over the summer or long breaks, we need to get that water out of there that was sitting there during that long break. So we want to encourage the schools to flush. So most of the water utilities we've already talked to are suggesting to their schools, before the school starts, get us a meter reading, flush, and then get us another meter reading after you flush, and we'll take that amount off your bill in order to encourage flushing in children's health. So if your county gets involved in this and you have a school on your water utility, you're probably going to hear from FRWA Water directly to get you involved in this program also. Consumer confidence report expansion. This is coming, but it has not come out of EPA yet. And when it does, it'll come down to the state, and the state will have 2 years to promulgate that rule. But basically, the biggest change is going to be larger systems are going to have to publish their consumer confidence report twice a year instead of once a year. For you small systems, you're still going to be once a year on the same time frame, but larger systems are going to have more reporting to the customers. UCMR sampling, UCMR 5, Unregulated Contaminant Monitoring Regulation 5. Most of you are probably aware of that. That's essentially what EPA does when there's new chemicals or constituents they want to see if are showing up in water systems. They ask all large systems to do this unregulated contaminant monitoring and report the results. These aren't going to be compliance samples because there's not even a health level yet. It's an occurrence sampling. UCMR 5 said that they were going to sample all the small systems also, below 3,300, but only if EPA paid for it. Well, a recent clarification has come out that EPA never got any appropriated money to do that, so they're not going to be asking the small systems to do the UCMR 5 sampling at their own expense, and so all of you below 3,300 are not going to have to do that. Now, those of you that have done UCMR 5, we're hoping for a clarification of whether those results, if there's anything detected, has to go in the consumer confidence reports. It seems counterintuitive to put something in your consumer confidence report that hasn't even been determined to have a health effect, or there's a essentially a research project trying to figure out if it even occurs in the United States, and you putting in a consumer confidence report and scaring the heck out of your customers. So we're hoping the clarification will be no, that doesn't have to go on your consumer confidence report. Microbial and disinfection rule revision. EPA has convened a task force to look to see if disinfection byproducts needs to be revised. The last revision was 10 years ago with stage 2, disinfection byproducts. And so they're opening up the rule to take a look at it. Our thought is they've never found a rule they didn't like to modify. And so we think they'll come up with some new proposals there. we're very concerned that they're going to have system sampling for more disinfection byproducts than the 4 that are currently sampled for. And we're also concerned that they're going to have a sampling for constituents and chemicals that are created by the treatments that we use. Like chloramination is actually creating disinfection byproducts while it's avoiding others, and they may have us testing for them. So stay tuned for that one. That'll have a big impact on Florida if there are changes there. PFAS has been in the news for years. You can expect with the current administration a MCL for PFAS, all the PFASs on drinking water. You can also probably count on there being some kind of MCL or some kind of level, especially on biosolids. There's been quite a concern that they're not removed. They're going in the biosolids and being land applied and starting the cycle over. So those are a couple things that you may want to keep an eye on. It didn't advance again. Okay. Sorry, still operator here. Okay, a couple new things that you might be interested in that may be helpful to your water utility and your customers. In both of the last stimulus actions, there has been money set aside to help customers on water bill assistance to pay their water bills related to the pandemic. The most recent one, all of the money is going to run through HHS, which is the Federal Agency Health and Human Services. It'll then be delivered down to the states through an agency to be delivered for the local utilities. We expect it to go through the Department of Economic Opportunity, DEO, because the law said it'll probably go through the same program as the LIHEAP program. If you've heard of LIHEAP, that's the Low Income Electrical Assistance Program, where the program helps folks that are having problems paying their power bills or electric bills. My guess is once it gets to DEO, it will be shared with customers of your system. I think that you will be required as a water utility to be involved in confirming that there's an outstanding balance and that these people will need this assistance to continue to pay. But more coming on that. You've also probably heard that there's quite an effort nationally and even in the state to increase infrastructure funding, which would sharply increase the amount of money available for water utility infrastructure. The national infrastructure effort by the administration apparently has gotten pretty political. But I do want to tell you that there is some bipartisan bills in Congress that are set up to provide monies directly for water utilities, even if the big effort doesn't make it all the way through. So I would anticipate there would be monies available from the state and from the federal government in the next year or so. So get your projects ready and ready to go. I think there'll be a lot of grant money, and I think there'll be a lot of very low interest money. Okay, some new things that have happened. I won't go into a lot of details on these, but the state biosolids rule, which is changing different regulations relative to disposal of biosolids, is final. It's on the street. You can probably look at it and see how it affects your system. State collections rule based on Senate Bill 712 last year. So Senate Bill 712 from the state last year required a bunch of things, statute changes related to operating your collection systems. It essentially mandates some asset management efforts. It has a lot of specific information about what you have to do to maintain your collection systems. It went to DEP. DEP had to do a rule. The rule was released as a proposed rule. They received comments. They are working on incorporating those comments into the next proposed rule, which will come out and likely be finalized. But it's going to have an impact on all collection systems. It's going to require updating. It's also putting in by rule the law that passed that increased SSO fines and all of that. And I'll get to that in just a second. So look for that one. It's going to have a big impact on our industry. There is a bill in the legislature right now, and I didn't look today. It may be pending for passage or it may have passed today. But it is an effort by the state to eliminate surface water discharge for larger wastewater systems. Okay? It's an effort to cause wastewater systems to have to go to a different discharge, a different way of doing things if they're now discharging to a surface water. For smaller systems, and there are some definitions in there related to size, amount of revenue, some of those types of things that exempt smaller systems from having to get out of surface water discharge if it doesn't make sense for them. Okay, and it gives some date certains. I think it's 2030 or something like that, that people would have to be out of surface water discharge, even the largest ones. Another rule that has been proposed and is pending is what we call the state direct potable reuse rule. It's an effort by the legislature to encourage direct potable reuse. So it went to DEP. DEP had to write some rules related to it. The rules are going to be very, very hard for water utilities to meet. They need as many safety factors as possible, and they have proposed them in the rule. For example, essentially to go from wastewater to back into the water system, you're going to have 12 log removal. 6 log removal on the wastewater side and another 6 log going into the drinking water side. That's going to mean a lot of barriers and a lot of expense. So we have commented that it doesn't look like they're trying to promote direct potable reuse. They're making it very hard. It appears as though the legislature is trying to promote direct potable reuse by eliminating other discharge opportunities. I don't know how that's going to work, but they're making it harder for spray field, and they're making it, they want to see wastewater effluent used for beneficial purposes. But it's going to be tough to get there financially without a huge burden on the customer's bills. Federal watershed trading bill, there's a real effort to get reduction, of course, in nitrogen and phosphorus going in the environment. Wastewater systems are a highly regulated industry that in the end produce a small amount of the nutrients, but you're easy to find. They know exactly where you are. The non-point causes of nitrogen and phosphorus are harder to find. So there's a discussion of a watershed trading bill, or what we would call nutrient trading, nutrient reduction, where it might be easier for wastewater utilities to help the non-point sources, agriculture, reduce their contribution, therefore the overall contribution to the environment. So that may occur, that may be positive. And one that I mentioned, state increase spills and SSO fines. You probably have already seen that. Pretty much any SSOs or spills that you have, the fines have doubled. Okay. In discussion with DEP, you can avoid paying those fines and use those as an in-kind contribution to make improvements to your wastewater system to lower the possibility of future spills, but only if you're not transferring any monies from the water and wastewater utility fund to the general fund. So essentially, they want you to keep the monies that you're collecting from the customers in the utility to make improvements. And if you are, they're going to give you the money back for the fines to add on to that to make improvements. Okay, so some of those things are legislative, and they are issues of the day, which are driven by the media more than anything, and therefore subject to change at any time. So start out with a disclaimer and end up with a disclaimer. Okay, if you give me just a second here, I'm going to switch gears, I think. And spend a couple minutes going over some Florida Rural Water Association stuff. Florida Rural Water is here to help you in any way we can. And in fact, if there's something we're not doing that we should be doing to help you, you let us know that. We offer to you a large number of no-cost services, and we thought covering some of them may be interesting and valuable to you. If you need to contact any of us, there's contact information. The one that might be the most interesting to you is if you know somebody that works for Florida Rural Water, you know their name, you can type their first name dot last name at FRWA.net and get a hold of them. So all of our emails are generic. We are a trade association. A trade association is an association of the trade. Oh my gosh. Of the trade of water and wastewater utilities, and we try to provide services and anything we can do to help water and wastewater utilities. This must be on some timer. That's cool. Anyway, we're established in 1979. We are a state affiliate of National Rural Water. There are 48 state affiliates, and there's a couple of them that cover multiple states is the reason there's not 50. You have a board of directors that represents you. 5 of those represent each water management district area and are elected by the membership. They serve 3-year terms. And then those 5 pick 2 additional at-larges members. So 7-member board. There's 2,000 members. Each member gets 1 vote for the board. So we represent large and small systems. And I'm gonna have to talk faster, I guess. I don't know. Oh, good. Somebody's gonna try to figure out how to shut that off. Well, they might have picked the wrong time to try to figure out how to shut it off. They may not know how. Animations.
Oh, and then there, direction to what? Look over there. Where it says direction.
I can't see.
Just go back. Well, I'll work with it.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, but you gotta make it full screen.
I don't remember how to do that.
Okay, so we have large and small system members. So we've got them from Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Authority to JEA, all the way down to a single connection convenience store. I thought you might be interested in seeing the types of systems we have. We have municipalities, counties, special district, nonprofit associations. We have water authorities. We have investor-owned utilities or private for-profit utilities, tribes, mobile home parks, commercial facilities, industries, etc. So there are a lot of different types of water utilities from an organizational standpoint. So we try to help all of our members. We help non-members with troubleshooting, technical assistance, training, and it's available at no charge. So only a call, email, text, or if you have to send us a carrier pigeon with a note, however you can get it to us, we'll try to get out and help you.
Yeah, I found it. It's on the screen.
So we have a lot of water personnel. You can see here a number of our staff that are listed. We have state circuit riders. Each one of them serves a DEP district area. So whichever DEP district you're in, this is essentially the people that you would contact that would help you. We have 3 management finance circuit riders. Andrew Green, David Hanna, and Bob Mearns, that cover 1/3 of the state and help people with rates, help with management finance related stuff. We have 1 trainer, Ben Lewis. He covered 2 presentations masterfully today. We have engineers. We have 2 full-time engineers on staff, Sterling and Peyton. We have about 10 sub-engineers that are members of FRWA Water that we ask to do engineering projects to help you in order for us to keep up. Wastewater, you can see that we have 4 wastewater technicians that cover 25% of the state. We also have Jamie Hope that covers the whole state, but he also does a lot of our wastewater training. Groundwater personnel, we have 1 groundwater specialist that does wellhead protection plans. I think he's on this webinar, John Radke, that does well protection plans for water utilities. And we have 2 source water people that cover the whole state that do source water plans. The difference between wellhead protection and source water is typically wellhead protection is just the wells at your water utility. Source water, many systems are going to be in the same source water basin. And so it's important to protect the whole basin, not just the individual wells also. So we do source water plans that are more in depth than just a wellhead plan. New program that we have, or pretty new program, is asset management. This is a huge push by the federal and the state government to do repairs, replacement, or rehab to address any of your critical assets before failure. So it's trying to make sure we're proactive in addressing any things that may occur. So you can see we've got 6 people in that program. We have an energy efficiency program. Mark Hallett covers the whole state and does energy audits and energy efficiency plans at no charge for systems. We have risk and resiliency. I told you about that. We're doing all the plans for the required 350 in the state, and have been for a couple years. And then SRF inspections. It's an interesting program. It's relatively new. The SRF came to us and said, hey, they were, because of pandemic and because of people, they were having a hard time getting out to do inspections of projects that were being built by the state revolving fund. So they asked us if we would put a person on to help do that. And we said, sure, because it's going to help the water utilities. If we come out and we do the inspection before the project's turned over to you, we're going to find out if it's built to your standards. We're going to find out if they're in compliance with Davis-Bacon, American Iron and Steel, so that all those things are made right before the project is transferred to you. And then you'd have to make it right by coming out of your pocket with dollars to fix those things. So we see it as a program that really helps the water utilities save them money. And I'm going to flip through a couple of these pretty quick because we're getting right down to the end. Here's the number of drinking water systems in the state. There's a little over 5,000. 5 years ago, there was over 6,000. So we lose a lot of systems each year by consolidation. Wastewater systems. There are 1,951 wastewater systems. They're broke down here by MPDS and non-MPDS. Essentially what that means is MPDS is probably a more advanced wastewater treatment plant, likely with some kind of advanced discharge. So more of the systems are probably doing spray fields and stuff like that, non-PDS. This one I thought was relatively interesting. Of the 1,608 community water systems serving 20 million, we help all different sizes, but we really are most concerned about helping the ones that are small in that 85%. They're the ones that probably don't have engineers on staff. They don't have all the advanced folks. So we really want to try to help them. But it's interesting, the 15% of the community water systems serve 76% of the population in Florida. So the large ones serve a huge number of people, but there are a lot of small systems. And you're probably saying we got more than 20.6 million population in Florida. The others are probably going to be on private wells. Statistics, thought you might like to see this. We spent about 14,000 hours in the last year out with water utilities. We've got about 7,300 separate visits. You can see that this year we did 43 training sessions. Normally we do 58 or more. This year we only have 467 attend the in-person. Normally we have 3,200. We've done 2,600 engineering projects. We've done about 1,200 wellhead protection plans. And our membership with large and small serves about 18 million people. I'll go back there 1 second. So we do all kinds of training, entry-level training, career training, CEU training, and we have a new program, apprenticeship, that we're doing. We have 2 of those going on currently. One's in Southwest, one's in North. And we'll probably start up one as soon as we finish the first one in the Panhandle and Northwest. And we'll be moving these around the state. They're 2-year programs. You get a certificate and all of that. And I told you I